Fed Sparkin says reduction in inflation has been an unbalanced mix. White House economic advisor Brainard on CNBC says, "I think that this is a really encouraging report and suggests that the US economy can continue expanding."
In 10 minutes time at 10 AM Eastern, we have the Canadian IV PMI with a prior of 53.9.
Levels are doing wonders. Held our 139, 195, sorry, 193, 195 from yesterday's low. Pushed over our 204, 208, and we are now attempting at our 225. 225 is our major pivot. If we can hold 25s, we should be able to push up into this 34 to 40.
PMI with a prior of 53 spots 9.
The full game plan was given to you last night for overnight. Those levels I don't think will change. You look in intraday ideas. You need to see acceptance here, and then we can push into our salary offer. Until we reclaim 34, 50, 40, it's going to be really hard to think we have more upside on the day, to be honest. This is kind of the move. This is all I was really looking for the push up. So we're going to have to see acceptance back over this. This is an incredibly important level at this 34.50. Just like yesterday, if you were in class, you know how important this push back into 40s was. This is like one of the main talking points yesterday of Mario talking about his first like real short on the downside on this move. You guys remember here at 48s and then the 40s. First PVZ is coming out in minutes here. Again, we're looking for this 25 to be able to hold if we want any more upside.
One minute remaining.
News in a minute.
10 seconds. $57.5, 57.5.
PVZ zones now out. Yes, PVZ value high at 24. Our pivot's 25, right? So we're just looking to see if support bid can step in there, or we will come back down to 15s. Watching our reoffer into this 206, 210 area, seeing if that's going to push us down. NQ, the most bearish here. Need to see it push back
Iraq's
above.
natural gas production reaches 3.2 billion standard cubic feet,
Right, this will come back
according to
down.
oil minister.
battling over our Globex highs right now. NQ and ES both attempting to hold and push. Trying to make support at this 224, 225 on ES. Russell still holding RPZ. Retesting our highs. You'd ideally see NQ bid here if it was bullish. You don't want it to double top. This pushback down with our POC and value high up here, right? Like it's rough. You have no structure until back down at 46s if VWAP doesn't hold. Bit along. I mean, I don't love it. Your entry is kind of a non-level. We're looking for 225 to hold or 215s to hold. Those are our pivots. So you stopped out at our PVZ, value high. Like there's only two paths right now, right? Like either we gain acceptance here at 25s and you're trying to bid off of that, or you're playing off this edge low or this edge high for a lookup. Or for shorts, right, you're looking for a push back below this for a move down. Anything else is just kind of noise. And if we push back below 15s, we'll trade back down to 208s, right? But there's not a ton here other than these two main levels that I have marked. Yeah, I mean, it's what happens when you're trying at an edge high, right? It's hard. It's again, like, there's not a ton here until we see a push over 40s. Either you're willing to attempt at 25s, and if you are, right, like, you know that this can move down to 15s. So there's not, like, having that tight of a stop is going to be very difficult. Especially when you're not actually initiating at 25 when you're buying above. And I don't hate it. It's just we're trying to build up here. It is what it is. So far, like, the best entries are just VWAP.
taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 60 out of 100 equaling greed. And for the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 79 out of 100 equaling extreme greed. And as for the VIX, it's down 0.12% at 16.32.
Like, this is where we want to see 25s hold. We had a look below, a development, a push up, a retest, and now we're looking for a new high. If it fails here and pushes back below, it's going to be very hard for us to think that we break out. You have NQ weakness, some divergence. Russell holding, just trading in a range. But really need to see us be able to hold a higher low here. Yes. Don't really want double tops. Again, remember, like, recognize that this 34 to 40 above us is, like, major resistance. Major resistance. We need to show acceptance above that, or we expect sellers to just be reloading up here. Most of the move has been done already. The hold of 204, 208 on open from our pivot at 93, 95 yesterday, and gotten the entire, technically the entire retrace. So there's a good chance that we just chop between these two zones for, you know, the next 30 minutes while sellers reload in this area. I do not know. Here, this is exactly what this should help you understand what I'm talking about. This was our pivot from yesterday, 195s on the low. We have now recovered our 15 to 25, and we're battling for this zone right now. Above us, this 34 to 40 is our major POC before we got the FOMC candle. So we need to, we're now battling between these two zones, right? What is this giant node here? Well, if we can build here, right, this is acceptance back inside this node, which gives us the ability to trade back up to this POC, right, into the top of this tail. We are trying to get back into this auction pre-FOMC. What we need to see for any sort of more upside is the ability to push above this, show that sellers don't care about this level, or this is going to be our major reoffer level as we come into it, and we're going to get continuation down. We need to see acceptance above and the ability to build here for a continuation up. If we don't get that, this is just a reload location for the sellers that did this. All right. So we got a perfect bounce at our 195. We are now at our 225 pivot. Look at a higher time frame. We need to see acceptance above that, the ability to hold, or like there's not a done here, guys. Like it is what it is. You can see we're attempting, right? Like, let me go to a smaller time frame. We are attempting here. We're attempting to hold over 25s, where you have a buyer who's trying to lift in this 15 to 25 area, but this seller is still just willing to push us down from here. So you have a lot of two-sided trading, right? We're trying to build out this node here. Our direction will be decided on the ability to hold and push from this area. You just have some like higher time frame players right now where we're battling out. So tired.
Spot gold hits fresh record high of $2,306.89 per ounce.
Morning. Yeah, I went to bed at around 5 a.m. Five 5:30 a.m. Testing our 15s here on ES, value low on RTY. We really want to see buyers care about this 14 to 15 area if you want continuation up. Or if 15s become resistance, right, on a look below this 14-15, we'll watch for a reoffer, watch for this buyer to be offsides, and then a push back down to 208. I really want to see buyers defend this if it's going to happen. Again, our pivots are our pivots. Went out to London. Do a little drinking. You're playing off this 15-16 area on ES. It's your first risk off into this 22 to 25. We're looking for NQ to be able to get back over 13s. This 5, this area above right now is where you're looking for your reoffer. If sellers are going to be in control, you're looking for a push down and a break below ETH, and then that becoming your resistance. We're looking for a supportive move here, ability to build and push if you're bullish. Again, just bouncing off our VWAP right now. I want to recover our area above us. Not a ton here. Just trading in between that 15 to 25 area we just talked about. Private members club. Fancy. Such a UK thing. This makes me think of like, you go inside, it's like leather chairs and old people smoking cigars. That's what I visualize. And yeah, it's Hollywood has poisoned my mind. Just move your stops up if you're playing off of 15s. We're retesting 25s now.
Up 0.5%.
We'll see this now bid.
0.75%, and the Dow is up 0.3%.
Q testing POC here. POC and value high are incredibly close together on RTY and Q, ES, all at this high. So you have a decent amount of like two-sided trading up here. We just need to figure out who's going to win, right? A lot of volume being transacted up at these highs across the board. That'll either make a really nice liftoff, right? If we can pierce above and then show a supportive retest. But just think of this as if sellers win, right? Like we have a huge pivot up here where buy side will be off sides, right? If we can't build here, this is your value high, this is your POC. This is your POC, this is your value high. This is your POC, this is your value high. So if there's a ton of two-way transaction happening up here, and we fail to show a supportive hold on a push above, you then have a ton of volume, right? A ton of people who are trying to buy this breakout up top on all of these names, and are now going to be wrong. So we just want to be watching as we're below it as a potential resistance between this POC and value high. And when we're above it, we want to watch to see if it's a supportive retest. We want a push over this 41 or it'll continue to be our resistance. If 41s can become supportive, I think we can play this full distribution. You see how I have Tuesday's value low, POC, and value high marked? That's because like once we recover this, I think I trade, the way that I trade is I'll do some like discretionary stuff if I see any like individual players, but what I'm watching for is the recovery of these levels and then just playing into this, right? This is now a distribution that we can play off of. where we want to see price be able to build here at this 41 for a push back up to this 80, 81, the top of this distribution. Right now, we are playing between this 13 and this 41. This is a previous auction, and our seller is located right here, right? We want to see the ability to hold here. If 13's become resistance, right, there's not a ton. Just play back down to this pivot that we have marked. But ideally 13s are supportive, we get a push over 41s, or this will just continue to be where our seller is located. We apply the same logic to the bottom range, where this was our lower distribution that we were trading in. Which is how we found this low. It's actually much clearer to see. Where we continued to hold this low, value low to POC of this range, and then we started to hold our value high. Once that was showed as supportive, we were able to get upside. Now we're trading in its previous range, right? Just need to see if we can get over this 41 for more. 41s need to become supportive, or this is your current range. If you're buying off 13s, right, this is your risk off as we approach into it, not at the exact level. Don't be greedy. Risk off into the level or move stops. We can see it become supportive. We look for a flag and the ability to hold here, rebid, and push up. I'm trying to maintain a cleaner version of charts with no indicators on, just on a daily basis. You can find this chart layout with the 3-pane. I've been doing the end of day review. It's just called end of day review. It's pinned in the trade review channel. But if you prefer to see things on this chart, you can always find it, again, pinned in the EOD review. Right now I have indicators on it, but if you just want like price levels and some cleaner action, I've been doing it on a daily basis, just of our main levels and our looks and writing everything down for trades. Trying to update both of them because I know some people want the cleaner version. I know the 4-pane can feel a bit messy on the smaller time frames. Yeah. I'm trying to keep them updated at the same time. Right now we have 3 different layouts going. We have our higher time frame chart giving us our major levels and like what we're looking for. I have global on, so all of my shorter time frame stuff copied over. But like this 195 has been our level for now, our low for, I don't know, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Like it needed to hold here or it's over. We're now just looking to see if we can get this 3 bar going. You can see it attempting here in the 30-minute. Just want to see a build and show of supportive hold right at this 25 for a push up. Need to get back over this 34-40 area. Again, just such a major pivot here based off of our pre-FOMC price action. Right now we are currently trading within this node pre-FOMC, and we have recovered the lower edge of this node, and we are trying to transact and push up into this higher edge. That is the current battle. I do not know if they're going to reoffer up here and just shove us down. I do not know, but I do know that that is a point of contention, like major. So we need to be very mindful of this 34.50 to 40 area and look for seller reoffers. You can see how it played out the last time we were here, where it was our resistance. We saw a look above, the ability to then hold and flag here, and then we got a lift off. You'd want to see a very similar price action in this area if it was going to hold again as supportive. Understand that we have now seen the exact opposite move happen. Right? We got from this 195 base, we got the full move up with no structure. And now we've gotten from this move up a full move down, right back down to the bottom of this range with no structure, right? So the only pivot that we really have here that makes sense is this line right here. You understand what I'm saying? We've done the full entire range retrace from FOMC week on both sides with 0 structure in between. So the only level that, like, to me has much value right now is this little box where our POC was. Because either we're able to hold and we do a supportive hold like this, and then we have the ability to push. We can play off some more intraday stuff. Or it's going to be our point of failure, and then we'll look for that break of 95s. But it's kind of hilarious that we've done the full entire range basically in the single periods, like single days, both sides. So coming into our 34.50 now, off the hold of our 15s, and then the rebid off of 25s. So as we approach this, either risk off or move stops up, understanding that this is where we expect sell side to be. Nice, Rum. Hopefully you are feeling pretty good. Pushing into our sell zone now. Again, If you are trading in Q,
Group still has weapon and
13s
weapons
holding,
and forces it has not used against
41s
Israel.
now supportive, ET 81.75, right? You see what I'm talking about? By retracing our previous auction, we can play off of these edges, see this develop out, and know where our target is. We look to risk off into this area. If we can show this is supportive, we can look for more upside.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Logan, who speaks at an event hosted by the Duke University Economics Department. Both text and Q&A are expected.
And guess what? We can do it all over again, where if we recover this 360 and make it supportive, we can target the POC of that range. Holy shit. Same thing as down here. Same thing as down here. So we're looking for a recovery of this value low for any more upside, right? This is our current range and our current auction. Until we see people not want to break out of this auction and look for expansion, this is our pivot, right? Same thing for this 40 on ES. People are getting punished hard here. Need to see if we'll hold and make it supportive. If we don't see a ton of actionable sell side, we can probably just play this right back up to 48 on ES. It's actually insane that we're pushing as much as we are. Love to see it. See if we get continuation. Smooth stops up. Look to see if 81s can hold as supportive here. Top of our range. Watch this edge now. It's 250, 240. We don't see a hold of 81s. We can flag it out up here. I am tired. I traded for the majority of Globex. Excuse me. Got about 3.5 hours of sleep. Well, I mean, we nailed the bottom, so it was worth. Just need to see if we get more or if this is it.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Logan, who speaks at an event hosted by the Duke University Economics Department. Both text and Q&A are expected.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to, like, stay in a position. More so with, like, a narrative as long as the level's holding. I was just doing other things while that was happening. But it felt worth potentially holding. I don't know. There are days where it's just like, it feels. I said it like right after a class. I was like, this is probably gonna be an all-nighter. There are days where it's worth. Yeah. These days I just build a position and chill. Don't have time for all that. For like $60 to $300 in like every meme that has potential to run, just let it be. My newest venture is into a crypto called Costco Hot Dog. Surely that will move. But it's in the crypto channel. Hello? You heard it's capped at 150. I think it's trading at like 0.0007 cents right now, so. Boom. Pushing into our 48 target here on ES. You love to see it on the hold of 40.50. This is our next PT, move runners up. I just closed like 2/3 of my overnight position from the lows. Got some runners left. That's it now.
US stocks extend gains, S&P 500 up 1%.
One left on NQ. Like I said, worth it. You know what I mean? No, bro, don't look at my P&O. I'm just saying that mark the lows.
One minute remaining.
You should feel good. You had a great day. That's huge, man. Longest trade time, 6 minutes. Expectancy, 156. Profitable trades, 75%. Killing it. That was helpful.
10 seconds.
What did you think was the most helpful so that I can do it again? What did I do differently than usual? Or are you just listening today?
So Fed's slogan says, slower but still meaningful runoff pace will provide more time for banks and money market participants to redistribute liquidity and for the Fed to assess liquidity conditions.
Can we just
It
ban
says
the
the
feds
need
from
to see
speaking?
more of the uncertainty resolved about which economic path we're on. I believe it's much too soon to think about cutting interest rates given the upside risk to inflation, and the FOMC should remain prepared to respond appropriately if inflation stops falling. Increasingly concerned about the upside risk to the inflation outlook, and the taper will also reduce the risk of going too far. I believe it will soon be appropriate for the FOMC to decide when to slow, not stop the runoff of our asset holdings. It's difficult to predict exactly when the overnight reverse repo balances will be depleted, and I'm not ready to put higher trend productivity in my baseline outlook. The taper is unrelated to considerations of the appropriate degree of policy restriction, and the taper should not have much effect on broader financial conditions.
This is yesterday's opening range that we're trading at. Yeah, this 48 area. Yes. Yes. New PVZ zones have come out. Just need to see if we can hold these on any sort of retest into them. I'm gonna try to probably stick to this chart just because it's clean. Delete this. Delete the crayons. So higher time frame narration helps. Do you guys just like not understand Mario's newsletter chart? Is that the issue? Damn it. Okay. Because that's something that we can work on a bit more. Is like breaking it down on how to make it a bit more actionable. Like we've done it in the past, we've had classes on it, but I can do a bit more to develop context.
A portfolio manager at PIMCO says PIMCO trims 2024 Fed rate cut expectations to 2 after the jobs report.
Friend Q. I mean, our major pivot is at 50, but there's a bit at 38. I don't remember why this area is marked. I'm really just watching to see if we can retest 81s here and show it as supportive. I don't feel like there's a ton of ton in between areas. You can look, but you basically had this seller here. This is that 38 area that I was talking about. We need to see if we get through this pivot. This is where our sell kind of a buyer got trapped yesterday. We can watch this area just short term and see how we react into 81s. This is the write-up I did yesterday after hours when we talked about this. So this 81 level becomes incredibly important because we saw a failed breakout yesterday here where sellers were able to defend, and then a push below back to our POC of this range that we just played, and then a reoffer, and then a continuation down. So I guess we just keep our eyes here, but there's not a ton. Just watch our 81 here, if we can hold it, or if it'll do the exact same thing that it did yesterday when we were in this area, which is come up to this, pop down, attempt to bid, go back below, reoffer here, trade back, and then reverse, right? Actually, what really happened yesterday was this. Got our look above, failure here, a little bit of chop, push back down to POC, retest, reoffer, pop below, offered below, push down to value low, did this. So we just want to see 81s show as pretty solid support here instead of that show the ability to hold over. Because if this doesn't hold, there's not a ton here until this 41 to 50. Right, there's just, we haven't built any structure out on the day. Tesla just died. It's at value high here. Oh no, this is NVIDIA. Holy shit, yeah, it did. In the same place it sold yesterday as well. Market's holding up surprisingly well, to be honest. If the 65 holds, this doesn't hold, then there's not a ton here. You've got your monthly and your weekly POC here. So what does it mean if this becomes resistance? Where are we going? Well, we've got our monthly and weekly value low here, right? So if our POC of that range doesn't hold, we will revert down. So we really want to see the bid be able to step in here. 65, 80 bounce. If this doesn't hold, right, look for this to become resistance, and then you can play it down to 64, 60, 450. If it does hold, then look for it to come back up to value high on the day, or value low on the day. 168.32 and then 166. This is a major pivot. If this holds, does pop and your full balance retrace back up to a value high. Yeah, Russell needs to hold here, to be honest. So far, this is a much better reaction on NQ than the last time we were here, right? I drew out what happened last time. We are holding that 81 and now attempting to show it as a support. So, just really want to see this continue to show strength here. Market is holding up surprisingly well with that Tesla sell. I don't know if that was news or what, but that's bad. If Tesla doesn't hold there, we're gonna need something to carry the weight. I'm just gonna delete those. There's no, I don't want people to just drawing out what happened last time. We're just waiting. Very clear where we're holding on ES, just battling between this 48 and this 40 level. Need to see a push over 48s, and then we can trade up to, I don't know, 63. Not a ton in between. If we can't hold this 40 to 34 area on retest, right, just develop out here, flag, then we're back down to 25s. Pushing down. Yeah. There's your value low, right? Off the failure at POCs. So, like, if this becomes resistance, you're in a pretty terrible position. Or, I mean, I guess you're in a great position if you're in puts, but we want to see this 63 area now hold this resistance on any reoffer. Just watch a reaction into this 162, 82. This is a naked POC that we have here. So this is some untested liquidity. Dude, what's going on? Hello? Okay, well, liquidity was just bought. I don't know if it holds, but it was just, they just filled all those limits there. Yeah. Hey. Hello? I'll keep this 4 pane on, just so that you have the Tesla chart. Is there news on Tesla? What's the deal for those that are trading it? Or just doing Tesla things? Tesla. Tesla has just scrapped its plans for a low-cost EV. That is the news. He knew. True. Going to jail. He wrote the articles. So true. Actually. There's a big test on NQ here into this 41 to 50. We want to see this hold, or we're going to be trading back down to 13s most likely. 13 to 23. Again, we're just retracing the range here. So if POC becomes resistance and this 50 becomes resistance on reoffer, then expect one more leg down. If we can hold here at 41s, we look for 50-50, 250-50 to become supportive, right? And then a pop and then push back up. Just expect sell side to really attempt here on both ES and NQ. This is the pushback below. Sure, POC from 3450. '48's held as resistance. Just watching to see what happens. Again, this is still our seller reoffer. On the higher time frame. Sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. Tesla, yeah, it's on the 4-pane, man. You can just maximize it when you copy the layout. I think there are a decent amount of names that have major levels charted. I think like Apple's on here. Yeah, Google. Google's on here. Major levels. Netflix is on here. Major levels. What else did I do? Maybe Microsoft. Microsoft major levels. Shit. What else? XLE maybe. XLE. Sorry, I'm on a 15-second chart. That's not helpful. There's a bunch of names though, so if you copy that layout, you'll have a decent amount. It should tell you on the layout what charts have drawings on them. Copy it. Tesla is a shitload. But the levels indicator is really all you need right now, to be honest. We're now retesting that weekly and monthly value area low as resistance right on this reoffer. I actually need to go to a smaller time frame chart for this to be manageable. We know that there's a passive buy-side liquidity here present, and we know that sellers are going to try to defend this weekly and monthly value area. So this creates kind of a bear flag right now, where we have buy-side limits that were off of this VPOC that was here. untested POC, and we're basically just waiting to see if sell side is willing to defend this level, or if these passive buyers at the lows are willing to just eat it all up. I don't really have an answer for you yet, right? But you'd be looking for something like this, or a push down to 160.52. If this can hold, right, and this becomes supportive again, then you're looking for this to show like this, and a push back up to our weekly C for the larger reoffer to see if these buyers are offsides up here. You're trading in that weekly and monthly balance, right? Watch our AV up, see if trend continues. Seems like the news sell is at least slowing down off of the limits that got filled there. Just need to see if an active seller will step in again at these higher prices. If you bought 41s or the retest of them, you're probably feeling pretty good. We want to see 50s now ideally hold. Even better would be the hold of our value high here at 58.50. But really, what we're looking for now for any sort of continuation is this to hold as supportive, or a push back up to 81. If this fails, right, we look for a push back below 41s, that to then offer, and then a move down to 13. Kind of in the middle of nowhere in the sense of what's going to happen with Tesla falling. Just understand that like Tesla is a pretty heavy weighting, and it's seems to be in free fall. So NQ might be a bit volatile. I think I'm getting sick. This week was rough. Much talking, not enough sleep. Plus this weather, man, is killing me. Need a vacation. It being below freezing every night and then going back up to like 40, 50 degrees during the day. It's just not fun. Outside is just mud. It's been mud for weeks. Constant rain. So gross. probably label this. Yeah, that's amazing. On my wish list, actually, to drive the Breaking Bad RV as they're making meth. Yeah. This is your target here on NQ off the hold of 41s, the recovery of our 50-50, supportive bid and push, right back up to value high. Move stops up. This is resistance. Looks like those limits were filled on Tesla. See if it'll hold these lows, or if this will reoffer and then push down for continuation. You'd want to see a pretty serious look below and then retest, I think. Next level 160.52. This is most likely going to be a half-day session for me, by the way. I am really tired. But Mario will be on for the afternoon. Unless something crazy happens and I get a burst of energy. I might be a bit head empty in the afternoon, so probably best that I'm not here. Oh, I should probably send an update.
Fed's Logan says there's no urgency right now for the Fed to cut. We have time.
Shut up.
But says we can't wait until inflation reaches 2% to cut rates.
It's actually crazy how much these guys speak. So much yapping. Oh my god, my nip isn't working. Sounds so bad. I hate when that happens. Why? Do I have a favorite one? Well, I mean, I usually just use the Shift Windows S, but I use Gyazo for cloud storage. I like Gyazo a lot.
Fed's Logan says the
I
risk
pay
of
for
cutting
it.
rates too soon is higher than being late.
Gyazo. I like it because it will take all of your screenshots and then you can search for keywords inside the screenshot. So in your cloud storage, it like does. I don't have to like have everything labeled. It'll sort it by the program it was captured in, the date it was captured in, as well as keywords that are in the screenshot, and then filter it all like that. And you can do GIFs as well, which is really nice. So it's really nice for me, for someone who like takes 1,000 screenshots a day, to easily be able to find images again if need be, and they're saved forever right in the cloud, so I don't have to store them on my PC. It did the thing. You see that reoffer and push down? You love to see it. I don't know if I have more levels below on Tesla, actually. So let me see where where we're headed. This spacing is incredibly important. This is your what is this, a monthly? So this is the weekly value low here. Previous week value low that we're trading in at 160.52. So if this becomes resistance, then we've broken balance, right? A very clear balance here. I'm going to turn off indicators just so that you can see it. And what I mean by balance is that we have a clear high and low that the market was trading in between, right? We have clear sellers that are interested in these highs. We have clear buyers who are interested at these lows, which creates a balance, right? So you have a multi-week balance that's happening here. If this no longer is persistent, right, and we see a push below and then this is holding, then we can look for push down maybe to these lows, I would assume. And then we have this gap below that. I'm just going to mark this gap for the sake of it. It's always interesting to see if those kind of things get filled. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a fixed range here. See what happened the last time we were down in this area. And then how we reacted off the inspires.
Spot gold hits fresh record highs at $2,326.89 an ounce. Fed's Logan says inflation data is more important than jobs and GDP right now.
Yeah, so we have to see if this will break the balance lows. Then we can probably trade to like 57.36, 55.86 area, and then retest that balance. If that doesn't hold, probably go for the gap. What I would say, but just be really aware of this being like our multi-week balance low. You can see us reacting off of that. Tesla chart is so volatile. Hello? Stacks really wanted you to buy down here. Holy shit. Back up the VWAP here in our weekly POC. What it just did is pretty significant, even on the 15-second, right? Weekly value low, hold, push back up to POC. Like, it's trading on a 15-second chart like how it should be trading on a 5-minute chart. Pretty nuts. Be very careful if you're trying to trade this shit. Ooh. Oh, so the entire move is going to get retraced. Classic. Next PT on NQ here into 316 to 328. Need to see that become supportive, or that will be your resistance. Again, just trading within this prior distribution. Nothing really to say. We already said the things that needed to be said, which is hold the 41s, retest of 50s, push up the 81s. Now 81s are supportive again. Now just back to our seller here. Russell back up to our resistance up here. Same with the ES. Did a decent job holding our 3450 and then retesting 40 as supportive. Back up to our 48 as resistance. Need to see 48s become supportive. If we can trade up to 63s. Just note that everything is at a seller level. If we can build up here, be huge. With the market holding as well as it did with the Tesla sell-off, just note that we now have room if Tesla retraces its entire move. Yeah, you missed the dip buy, bud. Yesterday at close. Or overnight when we retested it. You guys doing okay today? Any questions? Need anything from me? I'm kind of all over the place. I'm sorry. Plan's just, it's been the same. The levels are the same since I gave last night from overnight. So there's not a ton to talk about. We went over the higher time frame stuff. Note where we are, right? We are now at the top of this balance and now trying to make it supportive, right? From what we were talking about. I'm going to turn off drawings. Do you see how we have recovered our weekly POC here? And it is the top of the node. We talked this through. 195 is the bottom of this FOMC profile. We have recovered the FOMC week POC and our current weekly POC. And we are now trying to hold the high of this node and make it supportive. and there is not a ton in between us if we can hold here and see buyers actively want to defend this 40-48 area, right? Which is why our next target is up at 63, 65, where we saw our last sell leg that had a bit of force. It is the low of this range that was built out here, right? 3-day balance, and we can push over that, and we have potential to come up to these highs. But I don't know what's gonna happen. All I know is our major pivots, right? I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know if the same shit's gonna happen again, right? Fed XYZ could say whatever they want, but if we're playing off our major levels and we're seeing support build, right, that's all we need. Playing off our node. That's Varg. Oh boy. Fed could be a Fed speaker. It's got the shit posting down on a daily basis, just like these guys. That's a good one. I'm gonna mark 60 just because it's been an important level in the past. I just want to see our reaction. I don't just want to have it on the chart. We've been playing off this 60-65 for like, I don't know, 5 weeks, feels like. Just want to be aware. Pushing into our NQ pivot here, 350 to 360. Just like we played this previous distribution below us from 41 to 81, right? If we recover 360s, we have the potential to trade up into yesterday's balance. So major area on NQ. If we can recover Tuesday value low. Next target would be, I'm gonna mark this. This was our overnight gap, but probably 16s if we can recover 360 or 16. Value high. I bought some of those combines and still have yet to log into the Top Step X platform. Trying to sell them for double the cost to someone. Anyone down? Should probably figure out if I'm actually going to use them or not. But 450 a month is just so cheap that it just felt like one of those like bargains that you can't not take. Is passing it for you part of the deal? Yeah, we'll have a 70-30 profit split. Penta Clouds is wild. At 450 with $4 resets? That is wild. Apex needs to start doing 99% off sales to even be competitive. Oh, really? I think Tom has $4 resets, man. Or does it mean just like resetting it by a $4? Oh, okay, I get it. You just wait for the month. Got it, got it. I mean, that's insane. Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts. I would love to see a flag develop here on NQ at this 328, 360. We're going to get another leg. I don't know how much more room we have. The Russell's back up to ETH high at 88. We'll have to see. Not too confident up here, to be honest. If we can breach over 63, 65, then I will have a better understanding, right? But just where we are right now is just kind of, I don't want to call it no man's land, but it's very close to critical levels, and we've created zero structure on this last push up. That's what I'm gonna say. So I'm just keeping an eye. I think building out here would be a solid move if we actually wanted to sustain this rally up. Building out here would Do they have any integrations? Like, can you use a different DOM, or do you have to use like their tree of eight or top like, sorry, the what is this program called? Trading View DOM. Because if it's the Trading View DOM, that's yikes. But if you can connect it to like I don't know, any other program and use their DOM, then it's worth, because at $4 a month at the cost, you can now actually like afford a better DOM. I'm sure they'll get integration soon. The dream is going to be Top Step X with Trading View indicators, and then we can have TFC indicators built in your Top Step X platform directly. Wouldn't that be sick? Yeah, that'll be big. Guys, I'm not trying. Ugh. I'll have to listen to them. I haven't really listened to their. I just don't get it. It just seems like they yap. I don't know. I'm not trying to be rude, but seems like a lot of yapping. Rips is his name? Oh, selling rips. Is he actually with Top Step, or is he just someone that they have on frequently? Frequently? Okay. I'll have to give it a. I'll have to watch like a VOD or something, because I'm always streaming when they're streaming, so I don't actually have time to check them out. Yeah, I mean that's most people though. Bless you. You guys know about the simple levels indicator, right? When I post the all of my levels with commas in that format, you guys understand what that means. We made this indicator called simple levels, and it allows you to just put in a string of levels on your chart instantly. So it's these that are on the side. So if you just search simple levels, then you can just copy and paste what I made for you, and then it's just there. You can just copy and paste that directly into your ES chart. Here's our 63.65 on ES, and the Russell coming into our overnight high. So this is our next PT, move stops up. I think there could potentially be one more leg on RTY if we can get over this ETH high up at our 90.7, but definitely a level worthwhile to keep an eye on is this ETH high here overnight. We are trying to break into NQ, our previous value low. If we can make this supportive, again, target is going to be 416. I have this gap fill marked, but I don't know if it has much significance. What I'd be looking for is just the ability to trade up into this, make this supportive, and then push to POC, ideally. Again, huge level on ES here. This is where our sell level that we called out yesterday, that 65, where we saw that major push down. I can go back, show it. This is that area where I wrote, we can't reclaim. I fully expect us to keep going down, right, for this push down, that leg. So really need to see this 65 become supportive again for a push up. And then we can test some of these levels from our yesterday's range. Yeah, great job, Sauce. Yo, what's up, Julian? We're gonna have to see the Russell get back over ETH high, I think, for anything more. Again, like, Russell was just back up to the high of this range. And yes, at our 65s major level, love to see NQ be able to build here like we were talking about, this 350, 360. If it can become supportive, then we have potential for more upside, but this is a major area for me. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can hold. I'll keep an eye on footprint here. Love to see us be able to build. Take a look at what Convex Swan has to say.
Brent's crude climbs more than $1 a barrel.
Oh wow, we're through like
Gazcom
all the
Neft sees
gamma
2024
levels.
average oil price at $80 to $100 a barrel according to IFX.
Need to figure out a way to better organize the NQ footprint. Just not happy with like any time frame or any tick range. Just all messy, man. The profile types? What? Looks like a market profile and a volume profile. That was a volume weighted TPO. I don't know if that'd be good. I feel like you just want a TPO and a volume profile next to each other. I mean, I think you're definitely right. It's volume weighted TPO for sure. But I just don't know why it exists. How is that a TPO? What does that have to do with the TPO? Where are the letters? What does VOC stand for? C file. I can't find any material. What did it mean? Also, we really need to see a break ET chai. Really don't want us to chop up here. Yeah, I mean, you guys might be able to play it all the way back down with Mario later today. We'll see. Momentum's kind of slowed down quite a bit. See how we do. Russell attempting the highs. Watching us into 90.7 here on RTY. Our first like real pivot. Really nice push over 65 so far on ES. Testing now. See if this bid will defend. Oh, excuse me. My contracts traded look insane right now because I was trading micros this morning, so I was already in a long from overnight.
In 10 minutes' time at 12:30 p.m.
Looks like
Eastern, we
I'm a
expect comments
madman.
from Fed's Bowman, who speaks on risks and uncertainty in monetary policy at a Manhattan Institute event in New York. Text and Q&A both expected.
Really want to see the Russell be able to breach this 90.7 and make it supportive. NQ losing a bit of momentum, so we're really relying on the Russell to be able to break out here. Or it just seems like we've topped for the short term. Till we can find some active buyers again to participate. Still holding higher lows, right? Still in trend, but just a very significant slowdown. And a lot of two-sided trading up here, so it's just building out some structure. Seeing who wins, how much of a pullback we're actually going to need. NQ, we have some pretty clear auction pivots here, just off of our distributions. Right, so we want to see buyers willing to defend dip into 50s and push us up. If we can't do that, right, we're going to be looking for an offer to step back in, for a push back down to 328. Just by looking at this LVN, we can see that as a contested point. We understand that if we trade back into this previous auction, our target is going to be back down to this value low to 28 area, right? And then we watch for our reaction there for our major move. But ideally, we continue to see a supportive bid step in here at this LVN in between where this auction at the highs has built out and our previous bounce. Again, if this goes offer and we start to trade within this node here and it becomes resistance, just coming back down to our value to retest some of the structure makes a lot of sense to me. So it's just an important area to watch and just be patient around. Don't want to get caught on the wrong side. Let some momentum come back in, see if the Russell can break over this 90.7, sorry. Yes, just rotating ticks around our 65. Does it help it when I visualize the edge for you? It's like understanding that like you can use that LVN as like your auction pivot. Yeah, okay.
In 5 minutes' time at 12:30 p.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who speaks on risks and uncertainty in monetary policy at a Manhattan Institute event in New York. Text and Q&A both expected.
We haven't gotten a hello friends yet from Mario. Which to me feels like he's still asleep. So he might be a bit late. We'll see. My man went from grinding Destiny to immediately going to Horizon afterwards. Sorry, hello? Said NVIDIA? Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got like a pretty key pivot above us here, Maldito. So you're basically just looking to see if we can hold the monthly and weekly value area low on retest, right? We're looking to see if we can flag this out here. Probably looking for a retrace into this area, I would assume. This would be the steepest pullback I would want to see is into this LVN. But just looking for a flag and a hold of understand that we have our value high below that. It's not really bearish at this point, right? But if we do see a clear shift where this breaks below this level and we see a reoffer and minimal interest into our value here, Should expect a bit of a buy into this low if we don't just see a hold here into our monthly and weekly value area low. I'd be looking for a dip buy in this LVN, if anything. Look to see if dip buyers are here. If this doesn't hold, right, what you're looking for is a breach back into this structure. Value becomes resistance. And then we can trade back down. But to me right now it looks like it's trying to flag, and you're going to get at least an attempt of a retest at your recovery of your value. Here. I would just be looking at either this edge holding immediately or a dip below, and then look for a rebid back into this area like I have drawn. So any dips below this, you wanted to see a immediate bid back above, and then the ability to hold and then push off of that. If this shows as resistance and buyers can't get back over after we pierce below, then you're going to have to start to target lower, like probably here. Would be my guess. But you've got a really nice trend. So I would be just looking for dip buys until we see a failure to make higher lows. And a failure to defend this LVN on buy side.
Ten seconds.
What is this news coming out in 10 seconds?
Fed's Bowman says cutting rates too soon
Oh,
risks
God, more
rebound
Fed.
in inflation pressures, and eventually Fed will cut rates if inflation continues to ebb. Fed's Bowman also says US central bank's policy is appropriately calibrated for state of economy, and it is not yet time for US central bank to consider cutting interest rates. And Fed's Bowman expects slower progress in cooling inflation this year, and expects more declines in inflation amid strong economy. And Fed's Bowman says inflation faces numerous upside risks, and change in neutral rate could limit how much the US central bank ultimately cuts rates. And Bowman says, while not likely, it is possible the Fed may have to hike again to cool inflation, and calls for careful deliberations over increasing bank capital rules, and some job market vigor tied to part-time workers and immigration.
Will Mario play V Rising? I'm sure he'll play a bit. Does it overlap when Destiny comes out with its new expansion, though? That's the question. Because we all know that he's going to play Destiny over that. That's June? Okay. So it's perfect timing. I don't know if I'm gonna play the Destiny update. Game's so boring, man. I logged in last night just to see what was going on and was like, oh, I remember why I stopped playing. 6 hours. 7, really. Huge. I'm actually impressed that you have 7 hours there. The really important retest here off that news, seeing if this is now our reoffer on NQ. Remember what we were talking about with the LVN. Is this lower part of this distribution now resistance? Right? Or do we pop up and hold it, look for a rebid? This could give us enough, if buyers can hold 60s now, could give us potentially enough to get us out of here. Just have to keep an eye on it. Really still want to see the Russell over 90.7 for confirmation. Right now, everything just looks like a reoffer until we see a supportive bid step back in. Some pretty huge sell side deltas in this area attempting. So if they can't, if we don't see any follow through from an offer, like there is potential to really have some offsided people in this area. Just have to figure out which way we're gonna go. Again, as of right now, things are at a point what I would consider where sellers are going to attempt to reoffer. But if we push over 65s and see a bid, then you're probably safe for a new high. The way that I visualize this, I think it's pretty clear on ES with our levels. But if you're just looking at a profile, the way that you can look at it is, this is the auction that took place up here. We then pierced below, filled that LVN, right, found buy side, and now we're attempting at the mid. Until we can see acceptance back in the higher end of the tail, we need to consider that this mid to low is where our offer is going to be sitting for that push down. So until we can reclaim, right, we need to see a buyer willing to defend this edge now, lift us, and then push us over that 60 with an aggressive bid for follow through on this tail retest. If they fail to do that, right, we'll be looking for the offer to push below 50s, then sit there, defend that 50 level on a look below, right? Seeing that seller step in at a lower price and then defend that, and then we get that push down. That's how I view that auction. So really want to see an active buyer now here, right, in the LVN on the retest of the tail end. Because if this pushes below, then your seller has a lot more flexibility with control. And it's the same thing on ES, right? We had our look above our 65s, failure to hold and bid. We see the sell, the offer stepping down. We need to recover that 65 and make this tail the high end of the distribution supportive, or we expect this mid to low to be where our offer is trying to hold and move down below 60s for continuation. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't think it's too complicated, but it might be hard to wrap around at first. But I think it's probably like the easiest way to look at the market and these like little miniature distributions in the overall larger daily. Like, oh, okay, well, there's clearly an auction here. There's clearly buyers who are buying this tail, there's clearly sellers who are selling this tail, and the mid is our decision point if we're going to rotate back up to the highs or break down on the lows, right? So if these buyers are no longer willing to buy at the lows of this smaller distribution, then we look for the seller to step in, because now we have a shift of value. Buyers are no longer willing to buy at that low tail, and that has now shifted to seller value. And if that's now seller value, where was our last buyer value, right? And that comes down to this like 28 to 16 area, where we can see this next LBN. So like if buyer value shifts here, then you expect sellers to hold that as the offer, right? That's the whole thing. That's how the market moves. So we just keep an eye on our pivots, watch for Russell back into 90.7, and watch ES try to reclaim 65s, and look for an aggressive bid to start to accelerate after that test, right? We want to see a defense, not exhaustion, into that high. Maldito, you see what I mean, man? This is your first resistance here on NVIDIA. Next level is 84.56 for NVIDIA. What you want to see now is the ability to hold this edge, right, on any sort of retest in. You want to see this now bid for a push back up to the high of the fixed range. I wish I could tag this, select this green box, or even it's, but there we go. Did you finish it? Oh yeah. So good. Imagine not talking to me about it. Crazy. Yo. Imagine. Did you watch Windbreaker episode 1, Rory? That Isekai is mid, but watch Windbreaker. Looking like it's going to be peak fight scenes. You say I'm tired of mid shows, but don't watch the one that I was excited about, and then watch the Isekai below. Like, you chose the mid show, bud. No, I'm behind, man. I think I have like 3 or 4 episodes to catch up on. I was waiting for it to finish. The 2 takes next to each other is it's quality. NQ needs to get its shit together. Yeah, dude, go look at Tesla. Nah, you're good. Tesla had some news, and then Elon denied the news, and then it went back up, and now they're just not sure what to do. Yeah, it went right down to the VPOC, took it out, and then went right back up. We were trading the weekly and monthly volume profile on the 15-second chart in like 3 minutes. It was nuts. It's just like you had to go to a smaller time frame, or it just looked like. I mean, it was just. Yep. sellers are really trying to absorb here in the video. Hopefully they can hold for that secondary leg. But if not, the dip buy was nice. Just need to see if buyers can get a push over 83.4. If not, you're going to have a steeper retrace here. Take out the low off this little consolidation and then look for a buy side. If it doesn't come in, then expect it to come back down to value low, I think. Or sorry, value high. Yeah, that's the definition of like a mid-show. It had its like novelty, right? It had its moments, but I mean, it's definitely low budget. But I think they did well for how low budget it was. I guess is the best way to put it. You really want to see buyers be able to lift this over 60s on NQ here. We don't want this to stick offer. Or the secondary path feels a bit more
In 10
likely.
minutes time at 1 p.m. Eastern, we get the US Baker Hughes oil rig count with a prior of 506. We also get the Baker Hughes total rig count with a prior of 621.
See if buyers can defend this push. We can trade back up into the upper side of the upper edge. And I am freezing. Sure is it actually? It's 34 degrees. Kill. They're usually pretty similar. It's crazy. That's a big difference. Yeah. Fix them. Solid defense of the 60, trading back up into the upper edge of this distribution on NQ. Retesting our previous seller here at 68. Would love to see ES be able to lift over that 65. It's supportive. Just like NQ did at 360. Russell finally attempting to build up here. Just need to get some momentum back. I don't want to get trapped up here. What do you have above 65? Do you have anything? Or are you just like... Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what I've got. Yeah. Kind of what I told them this morning. It's like we've just fallen through this zone so many times, so I'm kind of just treating this edge as the what was it, the 3-day, 4-day balance that we had up at the highs. It's like the balance low. at 65s. This price action is so wonky. Back to the high of our distribution here on NQ. Until we see kind of a bid step in over like 76.80 and built there, I feel like we just kind of transact in this range. Not a ton. I'd love to see the Russell now be able to firmly hold 90.7 on retest. Everything else just ranging.
In 5 minutes time at 1 p.m. Eastern, we get the US Baker Hughes oil rig count with a prior of 506. We also get the US Baker Hughes total rig count with a prior of 621.
What's up, Nick? We know you eat crayons, bud. If there was one person that I didn't doubt. Oh. Here's our lift. Thank the Lord. Let's see if we can now hold this edge on NQ. Bring over our levels again. Yeah, no, you're good, Sauce. I mean, honestly, it's like either you are willing to trade the range or we'll get some expansion afterwards, right? Like, we know where we're headed. We just need to get out of here. Show clear. Hold us that 63, 65, 90.7. Everything. Just break above. Should get some speed soon. I'll be right back. Or day trading, is it more narrative, discretionary based?
Shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes data. I'll lead with the oil rig count.
The length of time is longer to hold. I'm a better. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Day trading is definitely and we've got a couple classes on it going over like narrative, discretionary stuff, but it really, like, it depends. Like, yes, it is in itself discretionary, right? We're using market generated information that's meant on the, like, that we see intraday, right? So like newer things, information, but like structurally we're still trading the same levels. Our average trade time is just much smaller, right? And that can either be a good thing or a bad thing, right? If you're on the right side, what it can do for you is keep you outside of, only be in markets and only have capital inside of a market when you want, so your risk is pretty minimal because you don't have a lot of locked up capital. But it can also be pretty detrimental if you're wrong, right? Trading big size in a small amount of time and being on the wrong side of a trade. Whereas like if you're swinging, or if you are holding positions for longer, you don't need to be right away. And that has huge benefits, right? I think that most of your
508.
Sky Talk.
Total rig count 620, 620.
We have a class going all over a lot of this, but I think like 90% of your trades intraday for scalping should be setups that you back tested and forward tested for your playbook. And like discretionary, like shorter term stuff where you see like buyers offsides or like some sort of tradage, like the remainder. And then like you should be taking that money that you're making intraday and you should be putting that into a longer term portfolio. Like you can definitely make a lot of money day trading, but you can also lose a lot of money day trading faster than any other profession, right? So like that's like, sure, yeah, you can make money, but you're putting like people's monthly salaries on the line like a daily basis, and you're trading with leverage, right? So like there's just a lot of risk, and with that comes like it requires a lot of accountability, like responsibility with your and how you're allocating. Definitely not an easy career path, but prop firms have made it a way more achievable goal. Your risk is way less. You don't have to put in your own capital now, and your basically risk is like, I don't know, your subscription fee, right? So it's given people a huge opportunity to get into this career with minimal starting capital. All you have to do is put in work and make money and make a career out of it, which is insane. What a time to be alive. You pay a monthly fee to paper trade and get right on a, pay $40 a month, and all of a sudden you have risk-free capital that you can now make money on as long as you are putting in the work. Like, that to me is mind-blowing. There's never been a better opportunity if you're willing to like actually do some hard work. Tatum, you haven't used a prop yet? Yeah, I think there's nothing. Are you trading like real capital, Nick? Home cash first. I think you should have both. I think there's nothing wrong with using like a prop firm to then take money out and then put into your own personal account. But you never want to have like a bad day. I mean, if you've got like a working strategy, and you're responsible and you're keeping yourself accountable and you have like a maximum daily loss and you're not rooting yourself in a single day, right? I think it's fine to trade personal capital, but until you develop those systems for yourself, I think like 90% of people should be on a prop account, personally. It just like, again, like think about yesterday being on the wrong side of that trade in a real account. I mean, that's 300 points of drawdown. Like your account's just gone in a single day. But on a prop firm, you just took like a $40 loss and you can just get it back the next day if you have a working strategy, right? Like, so like it's very risk averse. So if you're like trading real capital, you want to be very particular about the trades you take and the setups that you take, and focus more so on like your mechanical setups that you've playbooked and back tested and forward tested, and less on the discretionary trades, in my opinion. Because your risk is just so much higher than someone who's trading on a sim account.
Fed's Bowman says progress on lowering inflation has stalled.
This dude, man. Just shut up. I'm gonna forget how to day trade and get used to scalp. That's what I need. Yeah, exactly. Like you need
Fed's
to create
Bowman
a
says won't
playbook.
be comfortable cutting until disinflation returns.
Like if you haven't taken the time yet, you need to go and review your trades, especially if you have as high of a win rate as you say you do, and analyze some of the setups that you take that are profitable, right? Write them down, create reasons why they worked, what you were looking for, understand what you're doing, right? And then you can have multiple accounts as well where you swing in one or you day trade, so you're looking for like higher, a bit more, you can have like a scalping account as well as a day trading, right? You don't have to mix the two separate, but like spend some time, at least maybe every other day or for a week or two, like focus specifically on one goal, right? If you want to do like some larger trades where you hold your runners for a bit longer instead of just little scalps of micro rotations, right? Like make that your goal. Now like go and find setups and only trade that for a week. Go onto a sim account and only trade that for a week until you get it down. Create a playbook around that. Once you've found something that works, right? Make rules for that system and then you're good. Again, there's no better time to learn how to trade with prop firms being what they are. Like you can now paper trade live, develop a full working model, create your systems and your rules.
US crude oil rises over $1 a barrel on supply risk.
Like get a fully working system that you become super confident in, develop a very methodical way of looking at things, all while having zero risk, right? And then when you go to a live market, you're ready to go. Yeah, I mean, you really need a bid to accelerate here and push us back over, or it just feels like we're going to get a structure repair. Same thing as before. This dip on NQ from 36s and then the recovery of 50s. Like, we need to see that lift back over 60s, or just expect this 50 to 60 to be your offer where it sticks. ES and RTY leading. No structure below. Yeah, I don't think that's fine. I like, again, I personally recommend, and Mario does as well, that you stick to one goal, one strategy at first until you get really good at it. Overwhelming yourself is exactly like you said. It's gonna hurt you in the short term and potentially long term. Like focus on a singular trade type, focus on a singular plan, get very good at that setup, expand once you're confident in that play, right? Just like with anything else. Don't overwhelm yourself and try to take in too much. We highly recommend, and there's tons of class footage going over this, but like developing a singular trade that you can see and develop a rule set around and then compound off of that. Once you feel pretty confident in that trade, right? Once you feel like you have the ability to take on more, take on more. But there's no reason to do more than that until you've mastered or at least gotten to like a solid comprehension of like a basic setup. You don't have to have a trade every day. Like if your setup doesn't appear, that's fine.
67 counterparties take 438.319 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
The goal isn't to be in every rotation. The goal is to make money, right? So if you remember that, which it's hard sometimes to feel like you have to capture every rotation and feel like you're missing out. As soon as you get away from that feeling of like feeling like you have to be in the market for every rotation and every push and pull and every day, and you're just waiting for your setup, and you realize that you can compound off of that and make money in the long term, like it's a huge awakening. That's the biggest problem for most people, I think, in my opinion, is like they're over trading and they're not cutting out their bad trades, right? So like they have lots of setups in their head and they're taking lots of discretionary trades, but they don't know how to manage their risk. And the more time and the more money you're putting into the market, right, and the more trades you take, the more risk you're putting on, the more potential trades could go wrong. You're sticking to a specific setup and have specific criteria and only take trades during that when the criteria is met, right? You're going to just have you're just going to have a better rate of return. Like it actually is that simple. You cut out 90% of your bad trades, that's most people's losses. Taking paper cuts on trades that have solid risk to reward, right, and are in your playbook isn't going to kill your account. It's all of the garbage emotional trades that you're taking that don't have anything to do with the things that you've backtested. You cut those out and all of a sudden you're profitable. Or maybe not profitable, but at least break even. And then you're only going to get better at that setup, and then you'll be profitable. Like I personally stopped trading yesterday at 12 when I muted my mic. I was here to help chart, right? And I like walked through it with Mario on live, but like I didn't take any trades because the risk to me was too much. But what I did do is buy the low and then play overnight and hold that because it was a level for me, and I felt like the volatility had ceased and I was expecting a retrace. So like me following my system, I avoided the volatility, held at the lows, and then traded it back up because it met the criteria for me and my mechanical setups. You don't need to play volatility to make money. I don't have to put my capital at risk if I don't understand what's going on in the market. Trade what you know. See if they reoffer 60s here. I'd like to see us back over what, like 63.50 for anything meaningful. Sorry, that was a lot of yapping on my part, but I think it's really important and people need to hear it. Because I think they lie to themselves. I think they're trying to do too much, and then at the end of the day, they do a lot of things poorly. Instead of trying to get better at a singular thing first, they just do a bunch of things pretty bad. If your goal is to make $1 million in your first year, you're going to have a bad time. If your goal is to learn a singular setup and compound gains slowly, and then add in size over time, you're going to have a much better time. It's something that we reiterate all the time, but like money is a byproduct. Mario, have you found a good like tick or range for NQ footprint or like time period? They're all garbage, man. I don't mind 5-minute, but like in like chop, it's so bad. Yeah. Yeah. Still trying to manage on how to input longer time frame composite data and add by smaller. By that I mean levels. I totally do. Yeah. Volume profiles. That is the way. EMP. We made this specifically for that. That allows you to have a higher time frame profile side of your chart so that you can see where like our monthly nodes are, our weekly nodes are on a small, where you should be executing, or where like intraday should be kind of like being like, oh, this is a much larger node and might have a bit more significance than this level that I made on the 1 minute chart. Between that and the levels indicator, I think solve most problems. The levels indicator that we have marks all of your previous week value areas and your monthly value areas, all your important levels for you side, as well as giving you like a little table at the bottom that you can turn off or on, as well as a monthly review up. So you can just have all of those anchored to the right of your chart. See, I have it on here, like we have the previous week low, just already automatically done for us. All of our levels, all customizable with how much you want them over to the side, how you want them displayed, etc., etc. So it kind of just gives you a way to see our higher time frame levels and how we're interacting with them on our lower time frame chart. So between like that and the levels, the VMP and the levels indicator, you're basically fully covered. Like 90% of the work is done for you. The way I talked about this earlier in the VOD, but like the way that I played this area on the higher time frame chart is off of this node structure here. This is the weekly volume profile before the FOMC push, and our edge at the lows was this 95, which was evidently also our low. And then this 34 to 40 was our major pivot here off of old push from FOMC. So like, what is this low here? This is our edge. We basically traded in the lower distribution here. I mean, actually, I already have this drawn. I usually look at it like this, is I'm watching to see how we react at the edges of these larger and like if we can reclaim and show it as supportive, I'll look for a push to at least the highs. Then I'll look to see if that then holds. And if we see a supportive move at the highs of it, then it's like, okay, we have room for action. But like my main look was going to
Feds
be
Bowman says
within
it
this
is
area.
critical to continue shrinking the size of the balance sheet.
And like yesterday with our big sell-off, this 40 to 34 area became an incredibly important pivot for that continuation down. Same with this 15 back down to 95s. That's how we traded. And that's just us reacting off of this larger node structure. The failure to hold this POC, the retest into it, the rejection down, the failure to hold the lower edge of this node, pre-FOMC, at this 25 to 15 became an important pivot that gave us room way back down to the low of our balance, out 95s. Smaller time. But here's that 40 to 34 area, right? We see that fail to push above. We see acceptance below. We get our continuation down. 15s, we see that the offer holds here. Pushes us down to our 95s. So like having an idea of like what we're looking for on our higher time frame structure and where value is being seen, right? And then understanding like we're trading in a larger node, and if we reject those edges, where was previous value found? Look for those edges then. That's usually how we, or I at least, play like our higher time frame stuff. Is there another indicator like the VMP one? No. We made VMP specifically because nothing else like it. TradingView.
Spot gold hits fresh record high of $2,330.06 per ounce.
But VMP is free, man. Throw that on. You just search VMP and you just add it right here, free. Until TradingView comes out with composite profiles that hold on the right, that is your best bet. Yo, what's up? What if there was an indicator or something that said, okay, today is the best day to look at while on VM? Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice, man. Your best bet is just to look at where we closed. Did we close above today's value high? Did we close below today's value low? Right? Like that's usually a pretty solid indicator of headed. And then the best things that you can look at is like, are we still like one time framing up on the monthly and the weekly for overall trend? Have we broken the one time framing up? Right, it's like those are like your easiest trend indicators. Like this sell-off occurred as soon as we broke our weekly one-time framing 63. Retested that area and then got another sell-off. But like we're still one-time framing up on the monthly, but like on the weekly we're not. So we're in like this. That's probably your best bet. Other than that, no. I mean, you can't. The things that you can look at are like breadth to help analyze if like trend is strong or if we're like overbought or oversold. And by like breadth, there's so many ways to look at breadth. But one of the easiest ways is like TradingView actually just has it built in, which is stocks above. And now they have these indexes that show you all of the stocks in the S&P 500 that are above a certain. So you can see, like, we rotate around, usually once we're too far away from, you know, said moving average on the overall market, we usually see some rotations back down. And when we're too below, we usually see rotations back up. And then give you a pretty, I don't want to say easy, but a pretty well-educated outlook of where the market's headed and where you should, if you should be putting risk on or off. In the larger term. There's also like ways to look at breadth via an instrument called TRIN. There's a class that we have on market internals that covers TRIN. That can usually give you a pretty solid outlook, let you know how we're gonna performing the next day. Why is TRIN locked on a daily? So we have this office. So this is an indicator that we created to give you an idea of market breadth. You have TRIN, you have VOLD for both NYSE and NASDAQ, you have advancers and decliners, and then we have all of our sectors, as well as, this is just the advancers and decliners and VOLD. You can kind of see how the market is participating on the day, as well as getting a feel for like the overall market breadth, let you know if you should be positioning like bullish or bearish. We can see that shift up at the highs, and how we're kind of now showing a bit of a downturn. But this can give you an idea how you, again, how you can be positioning, as well as like our put to call ratio. If I had to guess, if we can't hold here and we see a flip and this becomes our resistance on the tail of this distribution here, our AVWAP, probably come back down into this 48. We're most likely probably going at least. We don't see like a significant buyer willing to hold this high end. Well, our first test, of course, is going to be like this 40. But whenever we start to stall, we have like no structure below, it's a bit scary. I really want to see, say, VWAP hold as supportive. Any pullback ideally would come down to this and then recover up from there. But this just feels like it's going to come down to fix this structure. I think our main test is going to be, can the Russell hold value high? And can we then, from that hold of value high, get back over ETH? If not, we might need to wait for a more significant pullback down to 78.50. Should give us a clue here on this value test into RTY right now. This is where we look for an offer on ES to see if these buyers are now off sides and sellers are willing to defend at a lower low, right on the shift of our AVWAP as well. Either buyers aggressively defend this with RTY bouncing off of our value high and are able to recapture and then rebid back into this distribution. Need to recover like 58.9, where this just looks like where a seller is going to attempt to push below for that move down to 48. Are my trades automated? No, but we have another company, part of the team brand, that's like called Easy Algo. One of the founders in TFC that does algo trading on prop account, and all of that is automated. I personally really enjoy trading myself, so probably will stick with that. Fan of the market. Huge market guy. If you are playing this short setup that I have drawn out and talked about, you want to be just moving your stops down as we approach the 48. NQ can cause quite a bit more room to the downside if we don't see a supportive hold at this LVN here. Then it's just the same setup as ES, right? With this shift of our AVWAP its profile, we want to see buyers step in here and be able to push us back up, or this will result in our offer instead being here, and then we can rotate down, just like we saw on ES. Pretty big area on NQ here. It's gonna hold. Russell peaking below our value high. We watch the reoffer and see if sellers are willing to now defend this edge, right? On the look into value, and we reclaim and show supportive bid, or is our seller now defend this edge, or a push down to C? Hopefully I gave you enough time to get into that on ES. It is fully planned out. This is our first target. We either bounce here and are able to hold this edge, or we are going to make this resistance and then let that fulfill the second part of the path. Your NQ move and Russell failing at value high on the buffer. What's the over-under that we hold 40s? Yeah. Yeah. I think we're waiting on the NQ to see if it holds this edge high now. Offer. Earthquake, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people talk about it. I don't think it hit Ohio at all, so I didn't feel it. But New York's not too far away. It must be on a different plate. New PVZ zones just opened. New hour. Tape's getting a bit violent. Make sure you move your stops down as we push into 40s here. This 40 to 34 is our next pivot. Got our rejection of our 47 to 48 for this next second leg. We are halfway through the movement I have for the second leg, but 40s is definitely worth taking off some risk, or at least moving stops down. I think that we probably come down to our Russell target before anything is actually decided, to be honest, but just keep it in mind. This is our first target on NQ on the failure. This is our previous value high, and also RTY into value high. Easy. Should get a bit of a, I don't know, bit of a relief, respite. We're at our pivots across the board, right? And then we just get a decision afterwards once we figure out if this is just an exhaustive buy or not. See if they can hold this 40. I think the Russell potentially has one more leg down before we get like a real decision. And ES and NQ. Yeah, yeah. And then like ES and NQ can just kind of like chop sideways here for a bit while we wait. My contract total for today is gonna look so stupid. So I was trading MNQ and so I had an NQ position on from the lows. So it's like I'm trading in like 10 lot MNQs. It's like, okay. Buddy, I am not worried about fees on today. We are mooning, put it lightly. Absolutely mooning. I stayed in my position overnight at Tatum. Yeah, you're over trading and your risk to reward doesn't make sense. We watch this like 47-48 area and yes, see if the offer holds here. This is NQ just into the previous seller. Off the hold of our PVZ value. And just slap a fixed range on this. Understand where we need to breach and hold for continuation. I'm gonna delete slag. We already did the whole move. So you want the logic I have here is you want to see a bid basically be able to defend you on any sort of push into it. You want to basically hold this area, and then we can trade up 96 until we see 96 supportive. I wouldn't really look for more. If the offer ever steps in below 82s and starts to hold it, then you probably have a leg down. So here's your PT off the hold of our fixed range at 2 into our 96. If 96s become supportive, then we can come back up in its tail. But this is just an easy way to find PTs in like a rebid level. I'm gonna delete this now too. We got our first target and halfway through our second. And we're coming back up to our original seller reoffer here. Just keep an eye on this and see if we can build. We now need to see Russell get over this 85.70, our value high. This rejects, then that might be it for right now. We might need to retest NQ 96s and ES into like 48s while we wait for the Russell to decide if it wants to recover value high as supportive. And similar thing on and want to see a recovery of ideally 28s and then a bid to get back into that previous balance. Get rid of this seller, and then we can retest our 50s. If we can't do that, right, we just, again, we chill for a bit until we see another seller or buyer step in that's aggressive, play the secondary leg. Yeah, I'm out as well. I've been out. As soon as we got our bounce out of 40s, then Q into value high, it's like, okay. There might be another re-entry again, like if we failed on this look above, as ES comes to our 58 to 60. That's where I'm looking for our offer to be. Oh, you mean you're leaving? All right, well, okay, damn. Goodbye. Peace, man. Yeah, today's been nice. Very good, very good. We're just at our reoffers again, so just be respectful. It's the best way I can put it. See if we can hold on retest on RTY. We want to see value high now show as supportive, and we want to see a look above ETH high, or a Globex high at 88s, just as I have written. We're at our pivot on NQ at this 28. Again, if 28s go bid, we look for a retest for a push up to 350, 360. Until then, expect some chop, as ES is now at our seller again. We should get our retest of value at assume UI. And draw out the whole situation here. Ability for RTY to flag here and then look above each high. If this fails to hold on a push, raise this move. Same thing as before on the offer of value. Looking for this to be able to build. push over ETH high, make it supportive. I probably won't play this rotation, even though we did talk about it. I'm just gonna wait. Yes, just sold again immediately into our offer as RTY tries to rebid and hold value high on this retest from the look above. I think it's a fine short scalp to take, but there's no reason to play every rotation. I'd rather either wait for the reclaim or wait for a secondary move. Huge rug. If you guys are willing to post in P&L, it would be incredibly helpful. Doesn't have to be like your full performance, just into trades, anything would be great. Thank you, sir. You just gotta start linking them to VOD, man. Easy. Pretty significant size at that 51, 52 on that low. Yeah. I knew you would like it. Can't believe you watched that other one first, bro. I told you to report back in. Oh my god. Yeah, I shouldn't. I overhyped it. But see, I don't even feel like I did overhype it. I think it was actually pretty solid. I'm excited for more episodes. Hello? You just got like 2 excellent rotations. Like, to the tick on both. Man was watching anime. I'm most likely done for the day, to be honest. My brain's, done. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I just traded the entire Globex, so I'm like, yeah, pretty dead. Got like 2 hours of sleep. 3.5, I think, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, like put me into the first seasonal and I had no clue what was going on. So I got through that and then looked at the shop, saw that there was a Ghostbusters skin, and I was like, what is going on? That's logged off. Oh, it's like they're doing the smite approach. Ooh. But I didn't know what to do after that, so I just logged off. As soon as you said that light level is the same, it's like, oh, okay, 1 max. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah. Mm. I'll probably log in this weekend if you want to, like, help me. Yeah, cool. Oh. Alright. Nah, I have zero intention to try hard Destiny. When I started trading, it would take a trade and nap during the trade. You've got, you know, I mean, if it works, it works. Yeah. Yeah, yep. So our value high hold on RTY, now testing ETH high. Important. We're gonna get anything else. If you did take a long off this with the Russell holding, I think that this is a great area to move stops up as we approach, right? We want to see now the ability to lift above the ETH high and hold, but not a bad idea if you are trading based off the Russell value high rebid, especially as we approach into 350, 360 on NQ. Did I sell? You're talking to me, Rory? Oh. I didn't play this rotation. God, I am so tired. I need to get off this micro contract. What am I doing? 10 lots, 10 lots. Jesus. Yeah, just watch your reoffer on value here on RTY, 85.70. We push back in, see if sellers will hold it again. Or if this is it. NQ, yes, just at our AVWAP off of PP. It's either going to be the exact same setup as before, where we get the shift and then reoffer below, or this will hold and trap sells. We're watching to see if this is our pivot now. It's like before on this. See if these buyers are now offside and if a seller is now willing to. That's what gives you your like. If we recover, then you have a potential for a decent amount of people trapped here. Go look at footprint. Feel like they have to like aggressively sell this into this 56 if it's gonna do anything, or we just trap. I don't know. It's not super clear for me here, but I do see like the This 56.50 to 56 is like where I'd want to see sellers hold if they were going to continue down. With the Russell rejecting value, right? Other than that, then it just feels like a liquidity grab, taking out those stops, and then pushing us up. The what I mean by that is these guys here. The low. Just really watching this reoffer with Russell into that value. Literally the same setup as before with Russell rejection and push and reoffer into value, and then ES and Q, just our pivots that we've already talked about, right? The same trade as the last short to the downside, and this is of course your first target still at 48. Price action's pretty clean today, honestly. Really nice rotations. Good job, Sauce. And then we can just put our fixed range here on this low. And we understand where we need to breach for more. Immediate buy off the Russell buyer at 81. Back up. See if they can hold it. Yes is still like real weak. For more downside, we want to see 81.2 on RTY become resistance. Then you should be able to see a new low. If we are able to hold and bid ever
NYMEX
over
diesel May futures set
83.2,
at
I think we probably just come back up.
$2.77 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures set at $2.78 a gallon.
We're looking for the offer to this, or the bid to this.
NYMEX natural gas May futures set at $1.78. US crude oil futures set at $86.91 a barrel. That's up 32 cents or 0.37%.
how down I am on my Costco hot dog coin. Jesus, of course. They're so dumb. Okay, not bad. Break even still. Got high hopes for hot dog coin over the weekend. That'll be a banger for sure. Back to our value high on RTY. Projecting so far, again, at that 85.4, 85.7 area. Just need to see us look back above, or that will continue to be our offer. If we do look back above, right, we look for it to build just like we did last time, and then you look for ETH high. Still trading into our pivot. Need to see 28s become supportive and then show an aggressive bid for upside, or this will continue to act as resistance. I bought this meme crypto just because this guy makes such good Pepe art. Called, yeah, called Book of Meme, but like, just scroll down his feed. It's so good, man. And the logic made sense. I'm up like 200% on it.
Brent's crude futures settle at $91.17 a barrel. That's up 52 cents, or spot's 5.7%.
You know what I'm saying, Sauce? Like, don't you just want to buy some boom? Oh, yeah. Like, his entire feed is just a banger. Why do you say that, Nick? It depends on the desk you're at. Some will allow you to trade your own systems, but you'll have like daily drawdown and risk parameters to follow. I'm definitely not an expert on the area, but from the people that I've talked to, it seems like as long as you're maintaining inside their risk profile, they'll kind of let you do whatever as long as you're making the money. So, again, as long as you're maintaining like a risk model, they're not going to let you do some degen shit, but you definitely want to move your stops down if you're shorting off of value high again from RTY. We approach this 81.1, you need to see a look below and then an offer for that next leg down to 78. Or this could easily hold. So as we approach 40s again on ES, our previous target from this last sell, just keep an eye across the board.
In 10 minutes time at 3 p.m. Eastern, we do get US consumer credit with a prior of 19.49 billion.
From 78, we have like I'm kind of showing that as our directional pivot. We'll know more once we get down. I feel like it actually is worth having some smaller. What I'm talking about. It's definitely not a bad idea. I think having like a dedicated space is really nice, especially for your mental. Go square.
In 5 minutes' time at 3 p.m. Eastern, we get US consumer credit with a forecast of 15 billion and a prior of 19.49 billion.
Are there any other big jokes? Hey, Sauce, you mind posting some of those in P&L, bud?
1 minute remaining.
Oh, huge. All right, appreciate you.
Ten seconds.
Views in 10 seconds as we approach our resistances across the board.
14.125 billion, 14.125 billion. That's lower than forecast, 15 billion.
Yeah, it's a weird time to hop on, to be honest, Susie, so I get it. I just got a error that says TradingView desktop critical error. App has crashed, but it's still working. So do we just let that kind of chill in the background and not close it, you know? Still working. Yeah, it's... Yeah.
We have posted the US Consumer Credit February report on the feed for all those interested.
ES is playable? Couldn't be. That's a huge win, Izzy. It's so nice to not have the feeling like you have to make money. You have to meet this PT. I have to do X, Y, and Z, right? Like, having the freedom to just, like, play the play and not feel pressured to make X, right? Like, it's just, it's such a different... Like, you don't realize it until you don't have that anymore. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is what trading without a emotional weight on top of it feels like. Yeah, that's how it should be, right? The crazy concept. I like that, Nick. Yep, exactly. Just like with anything, really, any skill. Mm. I might need to restart my stream. My computer's melting. Just an FYI. Got like apps crashing on me left and right. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna restart my PC. So stream will be back on in like, I don't know, 3 minutes. Just give me a sec, guys. I don't want to take any trades and then like my PC crash. That would be bad. So I'm gonna correct the situation before it gets worse. I will be right back. Stream's gonna end you're just gonna have to refresh. So refresh in like 3 minutes, and then it'll be back on. I think that works. Be right back.